Okay. Hello. And good morning, afternoon, evening. So everything should be still working like it did yesterday. I'm gonna finish up the seal system. So that means that I need to check where I skipped over important things, which is gonna be mainly I need to check make sure they spawn in the shop. So we're gonna start there, which is gonna be the shop handler. I'm just gonna go through the script, see what is important. So setup shop currently just gets the list of all the data that it needs, the available seals and the weighted array. So I can use some RNG to manipulate the odds and the rarities. Then it just adds them. And it takes a random seal. And so I'll have one seal in my shop object. Check modifiers, what does that do? Okay, this has modifiers that it adds to cards, flips and inverses. So there's no await clear seals yet. So that I have to do, which, I mean... but I did create a function already, I just didn't add it to the leave shop, it just clears the seals. Yeah, because I think it also does it at the top, yeah, it does it at the top. Get available cards, get contraband cards, get seals, this one I did already, get the weighted array. Check if bought, so then it checks, hey, if I will try and buy a seal, this is the logic. It checks if it is in the shop, the seal. Checks if you have the money. It checks if you're hovering a pocket. So this needs to change to work on click. I mean, actually I can keep it like this. No. The buy can trigger after you selected the seal. That makes more sense. But I'm gonna revisit this anyway. I'll leave the comment. And then it's gonna anchor onto the pocket. Yuna, what? The scene, cache anchor node is no. Then I go to the logic where I buy the seal. Okay. So if I buy a seal, shop handler dot, I need to go back to the shop handler. I buy a seal, which is gonna be here, which very simply just finds the resource in the shop object that I have, pops it out and returns it. Okay. Then it goes to my game handler to buy the seal. Which mutates the game object. What happens is it first spends the money. Target pockets. Then gets the seal as a resource. I don't know if that should be set in here necessarily. The seal resource pocket will be the pocket, and the seal scene that the pocket has will be the scene, of course. Then they will be added to your game object that you have a seal. This is more money. Yeah, this makes sense. It just refreshes your actions and then it's gonna go to the animation handler to buy the seal. So then it's gonna do the store towards animation. And that's it. And that's where it ends. Then the transaction is done. You have bought the seal. So I think it all works. I just need to instantiate them in the shop now. Which shop object? No, shop handler. What happens is this sets up the shop, and then in the shop object itself it loads them in, right? So what happens is this is all load and save stuff. Restore. Wait. Oh, this just holds data. It doesn't actually do anything. It's the scene. It's the shop scene that does all of the instantiating of scenes and stuff. Subcard slot amount, contraband shop amount. Yeah. Right now the seals are part of the contraband shop, so I can keep this constant. That's up all of the containers. There's the dictionaries. What is the contraband place panel dicts? Plate card panel. Okay. Yeah, it just links the panels that the cards go in. Where did the music go? Does it not autoplay? Oh, it does. It was just a very long outro, or what? Unsure. So it sets them up. Shop card trigger. Load shop. Okay, so here we need to set it up. We show the shop, we'll load everything, try to make it fade in, whatever. Refresh action buttons. Let's just make sure that you can roll on stuff if you have the money. Clear shop disables everything for as well. Yeah, so here we need to also clear the seal if it exists. For card panel and contradict values. And then I'm also gonna do if. Wait, do I have a seal variable already? No, wait. There's actually no reference to anything here. Shop seal. Which will be a scene, sure. So we'll check here. If shop seal is equal to null and is instance valid of the shop seal, then it will do shop seal. Wait, because here it just takes the like panels, and I'm using the panels it can get to the chips and the cards that are in the shop. Shop seal dot delete. Here just clears the shop, blah blah blah. Shop card triggered. These are actually not even used. These are just artifacts from earlier. Add card. Add contraband card. Add chip, and there should be an add seal. So we'll just do that here. Add seal, which will be seal. The global position is map get center position. Yeah, still the same. Seal.anchor node will be, so the anchor node of that seal will just be, yeah, the music actually doesn't keep going unless I have it open in a separate tab. Are you kidding me? How would I do this? I guess I'll just open it in a different tab. Just make it tiny. Or Well, I can actually just put the music here and I think it will keep playing. So this I don't need to set. Seal dot seal state is equal to seal state in shop. I don't know if the seal has a create animation. Did I? Yes, it does. What is add stats? Ah, it adds the shop label. Data, shop stats, scene, add child, new stats UI, setup. Okay, we'll just check if the scene is a seal. Gross label, we'll just take the seal resource cost, and that's it. Offset can stay the same. And everything else doesn't matter. They're all universal. When you reroll, spends money, rerolls the shop, which also clears it that we just set up. Remove card button pressed. That remove card selection active. What? Okay, but where does it actually like populate the shop with stuff? Right, if I go to logic and I'll do around, and then it goes to shop handler setup shop. Yeah, sure. Is it the game layer that connects the signal? New game and enter shop. I think it does. No, it does not. Cards layer, I think. Load card shop. Ah. It didn't autoplay again. Okay, let me try this. So for card number, yeah, here it checks the actual data in the card in the shop and loads the cards in, and then it calls add card. Yes, okay. But what about the chips? Ah, it's gonna be in the chip layer, right? Yeah. Here it should also, where should it determine if it is loading a card or a seal? Because this is the cards layer, this is not the one that should be making the decision, right? I think it's in the shop object itself. So whenever it refreshes the shop, oh, it doesn't. Sorry. Export storage variable contraband item. We're gonna create an enum contraband item, which can be Split cards. Is it just called split or torn, or what do we have it named as? I think split or seal. Now the music autoplayed. Nice. Yeah. So this will be a contraband item, which by default will just be split. And so we go into the shop handler, and every time we roll, whenever it does shop, check modifiers. Yeah, then the side of it should display yes. It needs to go here. So then I need to take a weight, right? I'll do const. Modifier odds are 20%, and then seal odds will be 60%. And then check modifiers, and then it should do check seal odds. And I pass in the shop object, and then I'll just yoink. I can just write it up here, I guess. Check seal odds, which takes a shop object of type shop object. And then it should check if a random integer in range 1 to 100 is bigger than the seal odds, then it will return. In this case, seal odds is 60, so if it's like in between a range of 40, it will return. So that maths out. And then no, it shouldn't just return. It should do shop object dot contraband item is equal to shop object contraband item split. Else it will do shop object contraband item is shop object item seal. There we go. Can I call non-static function? Yeah, this has to be static. And then I go into my card layer. And so here it will check if logic shop object, it doesn't, where the fuck is my shop stored? Current shop is what it's called. Logic current shop dot contraband item is equal to shop object item split. Then it will just do this. It will create a contraband card. Else if logic or current shop contraband item is equal to shop object contraband seal, then I should first do the same safeguard that if I'm not at a tree, or there's no shop object, or the game layer is not valid, you just return variable new seal. Seal is equal to scene factory dot load. I don't have seal yet, so I need to go to my scene factory now. Which is create load seal, create chip load chip. Then we do the same for the seals. Create seal ID new seal will be data.seal scene. I do have that already, yes. Instantiate it. If the data is not in, if the ID does not exist, then ID not found in seals data. New seal dot seal resource is equal to data. Yeah, it just loads in the seal based on an ID. But if I load a seal based on the resource, wait. What? Ah, it needs to return a seal. Here as well, it returns a seal. You gotta love static typing. So here we load one based on a resource that exists. So new seal is equal to seal scene.instantiate, and then new seal resource is equal to seal resource return new seal. Then if I go back into the card layer, why does it load? Ah, because I already created the ID in the shop, or I didn't. I loaded the resource in the shop already, I guess, which will be logic current shop dot seal seals. Is that an array? It is, okay. Then I just do 0. I'm not gonna put in a loop because I don't think it makes sense. Then we do add child new seal. Logic emulator shop. So we take our actual physical shop. Bro, people are always loud on the streets. To which we then add seal, and then I pass in new seal, place 0. And then I'll just, I don't need to await anything, right? I mean, I guess for consistency's sake I'll do it, but and then if I add the seal, does this create the anchor and everything? Yes. Okay, so we should actually now see a seal 60% of the time in the shop. Out of bound index 0 on array seals. It's empty or what? Okay, why is it empty? Current shop. Handler, what's up? For an in shop object, seal objects of size. If available seal list, there should be at least one, and then it will take a random one. Print available list, and then available seal list. I'll see if that works. Also in the data there was a typo where it loads the seals. It says ships loaded. There should be seals loaded. Let's see. Oh hey, what's up? So I can't watch for long. I'll watch again soon. Very Apple. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Let's see. Available list is empty. Okay. We know what the issue is, I guess. It loaded one seal. That is something that happened in data. Load seals. It created... You have size 1 in your seals. Okay. So where does it go wrong? seal shop size. Wait, available seal list is empty. Why? Available seal list is get available seals. Okay, what do you do? Or the resource in your seals. I will do print seal resource dot name. Rainbow. I found it though. What is the round gate? Did I fuck up something? Seals? Oh, I said the round. Okay, there is actually no bug. I just I just put a round gate on it that I shouldn't have done. But so now it might load it. Yeah, we actually got a card. Another card. We got a seal now and it broke. Invalid property or key to icon. Is there no icon? What do you mean? This is the seal. I do seal resource. You have an icon, right? Oh, I didn't add an icon yet. Oh, nice. Export environment. Icon. Texture 2D. Right? Because I guess it... ship resource. Did I really skip icon? I did. Huh. Everything else should work though. Okay. So I cannot do anything. Oh! Where you drag it on a pocket that works. Okay, but I can't see it. I don't see it. Okay, but progress. No bugs. Or no crashes, I should say. Let's give it an icon. I'll do my test icon. So this I cannot do anything with. But if I drag it onto a pocket, it moves there. And you can hover it. It gives information. Bro, it's fucking massive. I should reparent it. That's for sure. But it doesn't do anything, right? Right now it literally doesn't do anything. So... Okay, but interesting. Very interesting. The seal is too big, it needs to be smaller. We know that. What is the current size of the seal? 30 by 30? Maybe 25? I don't know if games are really ASMR worthy, or are they? I was thinking of still changing them a bit. So let me open GIMP tests. Also, I'll give this a direction so that way I can see if it's gonna rotate. I'll just do a black arrow. Okay, like so. Do image scale 25. And I'll re-export. And then I This should update automatically. There's a bit of logic I need to write now. But the shop works. I need to see if it crashes if I roll the shop or anything like that. No, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I got a card. I got a seal that I cannot interact with, which is good. I roll, I get a card. The seal did not disappear, which is a slight issue. Why is that? Why can I not make it disappear? Ah, it has... It's nil, so I destroyed it kind of, but didn't remove the scene. Why is that? In the shop handler there was clear seals. Yeah, but how do I remove them? Ah, that is part of the layer, I think. Core layer. Which is not snap hand, no load shop. Return Discord. No, where is it then? Not in the shop object. Shop handler? Has to be in the shop handler. Wait. Shop handler. Reroll. Await setup shop, which does the clears, but it doesn't kill the cards. Clear cards. Yeah. The clears just removes the resources from the pool. It doesn't actually delete anything, which is weird. Where do I do this then? How do I forget? Shop. Wait. Ah, the shop itself on reroll button pressed. Logic the reroll shop. Okay. Animation handler reroll shop. Reroll shop animation. Okay, but where the hell do you hook in? Is it in the game layer? No. So card layer. No. What layer is it then, bro? Shop itself? No, right? Setup signals, load chip, reroll shop. Ah, no, it is here, clear shop. But I do for ship panel and container panel lists. If is instance valid, the played chip. Fuck. But this is not doing anything. Shop seal.delete. Why? Do I not load this in? Shop seal. I'm bouncing in between scripts. I don't like this. or shop object. Wait, seal shop size. It adds it to the seals of the shop object, but it should also add it to, where am I? Shop handler logic dot current shop dot seal shop, no, shop seal, that's what it's called. Shop seal. No, it's not. Fuck. Need to get the scene, so it's logic dot how do I get to the scene? Bit stupid. Public cards layer. Where it loads the shop. If you create a seal, it will add it. Logic game layer adds, okay, and then in here I will do seal, no, shop seal is equal to seal. I feel like I'm playing like Dora the Explorer. I'm jumping around just everywhere in script to find where things hook into each other. That's not good design. Even though I tried to decouple everything, it's getting messy. Don't like that. So we get a card, we get a seal, and we get an issue. Invalid access chip. Okay, where? And seal resource delete. This is in the seal script itself. Okay, something I forgot. Okay, just an update I forgot to put in the scene itself. Seal deletes. Okay, we can get a gun now. Nice. And I can add seals. Okay. Invalid assignment plate chip with value of type nil. The fuck do you mean? Ah, again, plate chip. Again, something I forgot to update. This is unhandled input. Okay. So I put this on a pocket, and then when I start dragging it, nothing should be happening. I can just drag it and it does nothing. I should disable the fact that you can drag it. There's no reason for me to be able to drag it. Once it's on a pocket to stay. And then when I leave the shop, where did they go? Wait, what? Did it go somewhere? Because it just vanishes. Ah, because when I buy it, it doesn't remove it from the shop itself. Wait, okay, so after you buy... Buy seal. It will pop it, but it will also do... some logic. Whenever you buy seal, and it will do game layer shop dot shop seal is null. When I buy it and I leave the shop, it does not get destroyed. Awesome. And the scaling still needs to adjust, and it needs to rotate with the wheel. So I will reparent it to the pocket. Main issue is just the info texts, but that I can fix. I'm pretty sure. So okay, most things are done. I'm just gonna close everything real quick because it's getting messy. I do not like that. Let's go top to bottom, right? First, let's reparent the seal. So that is in the seal. Is that in the seal script itself? No, that should be in. When you buy it, animation handler moves it, right? Seal start move towards. Okay, that doesn't matter. It's the game handler, I think, that does it. Yeah, it sets all of the data using the resource though. Buy seal. Seal resource dot wait, is reparent, is that a base function? Reparent, no. Seal resource dot seal dot reparent. New parent will be the target pocket. Actual hitting the mic? What do you mean? Like moving it like this? Let's see if this fixes something or what this does. So buy myself a seal. And now it should be. Yeah, it is, it works. I do need to change some things though, because the info text is not readable, and yeah, it all rotates. Okay, so we need to adjust our seal scene. Well, the collision error needs to be adjusted. The name label order should go maybe to 2. This one order also goes to 2. I kept slapping it. Oh, okay. Did not realize. And on hover, I'm basically going to take the same script as I have on the pocket, which is this. Then I'll go back into my seal. I'll add it maybe at the bottom. Play hover. Maybe off. I mean, actually, I can just take only these 2 lines. No, only this. I only need to rotate. Actually, yeah. I can delete everything. I'll go back into my pocket. And I think I just need Wait, this line. Then I go into my seal, and then I need to find where I hover, which is mouse hover. Here it does a bunch of shit, including a... I shouldn't do this for should do this for itself, I think. Self offset transform rotation will be minus global rotation, hover, and duration. Okay. No idea if this will actually work, but that is the beauty of experimenting, right? Oh, this is mouse unhover, so this one actually goes here. Hover between self, hover. That makes more sense. Wait, what am I doing? Hover and duration. And this one I put here. And this will be hover start duration. Now when I hover over a seal, right now it shouldn't do anything until it is rotated on a pocket. Let's see. It breaks. Cannot call set ease on a null value. Why a null value? Self offset transform. Is offset transform rotation not something that exists? Oh, I think it only exists on control nodes in the latest patch. Transform. Yeah, it's just normal transform, I guess. So this will just be rotation. I think. Yeah, when I hover it does nothing. If I put it on a pocket, still works just fine. Leave the shop. Ah, you see it rotates, perfect. It's funny when you drag it. But yeah, you should not be able to drag it anyway. Okay, nice. I want to see if it actually works, like if it physically, like... That's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna tweak the seal scene a bit, and then we can start working on the actual functionality of what a seal does. But seals now appear in the shop, can be bought. I also need to make that cleaner. Everything needs to be cleaner. So let's start from the top, right? So setting the anchor. If I am setting an actual anchor, then if I'm in the shop, cache anchor state is node. If it's null and I don't have, and I have an anchor node, it will set the anchor to 0 and it will just make me drag it. Yes, otherwise if I do set an anchor, okay, yeah, makes sense. This is very standard. But I think here I should see if it is null and anchor node is not equal to null. I'll check. No, I'll keep it. Set up seal. If seal resource is null. Yeah, okay. All of this also works. Fonts, the processing is fine. Process track anchor. So if anchor node is not equal to zero to null, so if you have an anchor node, it's valid. You just set the position, and if it is not 0, you're not in an animation and you're not dragging, just go to that anchor node. That makes sense. Was this hover active? If you're hovering, right? So it checks if you're actually hovering. If so, then we'll do the shader stuff. Process mouse hover. This just toggles between hovering and not hovering. Process drag active, okay. If anchor is not 0, you return. If you're in a movement animation, you return. Yeah, the buy also just has to be click. Like if you click and then click on a pocket, it should work. Okay, global mount position minus drag offset. Yeah, this is fine. It's all just movement stuff. Process move towards. If not in movement animation, return. All of this also works. Visuals updating are fine. Idle animation is fine. And this is the hover animation I just added, which I don't think it should work if you are in a spin. So I will check if logic dot state in spin states. So I'll do logic dot game object dot state and logic dot spin states, which is just an array of states where it's defined that you are on the wheel, you cannot hover. And I think that fixes that. Then that's all fine. This is the important part. The inputs. If you start pressing click and you are hovering and you're not yet dragging, but it can be dragged, then it's gonna check if you're gonna initiate a drag or not. First, it will check if you're on a pocket. F state seal state is equal to seal state dot pocket. It will just return. There is no clicking or any input handling when you are on your pocket. All the other stuff makes sense. Now here, if you are releasing click and you are dragging, all the other stuff. But where's the normal release click? I want to know if you click on something and you're not yet dragging, it also performs an action. It always goes to is dragging. So it only processes this if this actually goes through. So this does not work, right? I mean, if you're on the pocket, I don't know, it's fine, it's fine. I should just check var is click. So did I actually do a click? It's gonna check distance and time. If you're in a shop and it is a click, aha, it will perform a shop purchase. If seal in shop handler check if bought. Wait, what is clear anchor for shop purchase? Anchor node is null. Anchor is vector 0. So if I am in shop, check if bought, I should not do this yet. This shop handler check if bought should come after. But where does it handle all this? In logic? That makes no sense though, right? There should be either a signal in a sense? No, there should be... Shop handler, need to make a new function. Not check a bot, but static func prime seal, like to prime it, prime seal. Then I will need a shop object, of course, and I don't need a game object or anything else. I just need shop object. And I need the seal. Should that be a scene or should that be the resource? Seal resource. I'll just pass in the resource. No, I'll pass in the scene because that's where the click comes from, right? Return error. Yo, what's up, Alex? Welcome. First of all, if shop object is null or seal is null or not is instance valid is seal, return. So your classic boilerplate fixing code, I'll return okay here. This should be return error skip. And then it should go to the shop objects. I'm going to create a variable. Export storage variable primed seal, which is null. And it will do shop object dot prime seal is equal to seal. It just primes it, and then if it registers a click on a pocket, it will do another check. But if it does any other click, I need to remove it though. So how do I do that? Can I have the shop click or the pocket click have priority over any other click? I don't know. I can. I have an idea. But then it doesn't actually work. How would I go about doing it? So anyway, this is not gonna perform this action. Instead, it's gonna do shop handler prime seal self logic current shop and then self. I can work with frames, I guess. So I delay this by 2 frames. So first, delayed by a frame, I do a check. So if I go to my shop, there's no inputs yet, no. So I can put that somewhere here. Function input. If event is action click and primed prime. Did I not put that in here? Ah, bro, I put it in the fucking shop object. And logic current shop prime seal is not null. Then it will just set it to null. Current shop not prime seal is null. But this will be safeguarded by an await get tree frame process frame, no, physics frame. So the first frame, it will do nothing. Second frame, it checks for if there is a prime seal, and if so, it will set it to null. And then the frame after that, it will add a seal in the seal script by this does shop handler prime seal. And then here it should do a shop object get tree. That does not work. Logic get tree create timer. This needs to be await. No, not create timer. What am I doing? Dot frame. It's a bit hacky of a solution, not the cleanest. I mean, yes, there's a reason why state machines is probably the most popular architecture in game development. I don't like using it that much because I also don't really make 2D games like that a lot. I actually don't think I use state machines too much, but it's solid. Yes, if I would ever make a platformer, that's 100% how I would do it. I make more strategy games, and state machines can work in it, but I have a bit of a different work flow, if that makes sense. But I do like decoupling everything. I just do it differently. So okay, so this will set the seal, and then if I ever do another click, it's just gonna wipe the prime. But I still have one frame where this lives before it gets wiped or reset, and I can live in the pockets. So if the pocket gets clicked, right? And hovering. So I can do a function input if event is action click, no awaits here, and logic current shop, and there is a primed seal, then this will initiate the cell. So I go into the seal and I'll take this and I go into my pocket and I add it here. And so now it does shop handler check if bought current shop game object and then logic current shop dot primed seal. Do you have to do optimizations in 2D? That's too open of a question. That depends on how big your game is, right? If you make simple games, probably not. If you make a massive game like Celeste with a bunch of other things going on or a lot of enemies loading, then more, yes. You just need to see if your project can, like how it holds up on low-end PCs. Like how is the frame rate? How... if it's easy to optimize, you should always do it, of course, but if you want to put in like a whole day to make an object pooler, then you need a justification for it, I think. Like my game right now, it's like somewhat optimized, but not hyper optimized because it's not necessary. It uses very like pixelated assets, doesn't do that much heavy processing, so as long as it's not necessary, I am not gonna waste time for it, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see if it works. Right, so something broke already. Invalid property or key physics frame on base object of type scene tree. Oh, I just typoed. Also, does it do this every frame? I guess it does. Wait, I fucked up. Where's the error? Right, I only need to do it here. So if you click, then I need to wait, and then I need to check. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? If it's null. But this is in the shop. Then I also have one in this shop handler. Yeah, okay, but that one is delayed. Okay, let's see if this works now. Yes, it uses a lot of shaders for the backgrounds mainly, and then for like the pixelation effects, for the dithering, a little bit of a like fisheye lens. Then of course the cards that are floating like this, these are all shaders. Can I get a seal? There. Right now, if I click it and I click somewhere else again, nothing should happen. If I click on a pocket, if I click here and then I click on a pocket, it buys it. Perfect. So click buying is now supported. And the pocket officially has a seal. I feel like there's a lot more bugs that I'm gonna run into, and you cannot hover it when it's on the pocket. That's nice. Next, I need to make it work, right? If something lands on the pocket. So this will be a bigger rework. Every pocket now holds a seal resource. So I also need to trigger that everywhere. Oh, there's actually a lot of work. So we have our seal effects. These are custom effects. Seal resource, on which you have a trigger. Hover, unhover, seal effect call, format. Okay, but if I do chip resource, this one is also interesting. An on-buy effect. Seals have that. So chip effect is equal value duplicate. Wait, seal effect. Seal resource. Yeah, seal effect, okay, it's just, I'm very naive here. Let me copy all of this and go into seal resource. So seal effect is value.duplicate. If seal effect and you're not an editor, seal effects dot seal resource is self. Where the seal effect has a seal resource, yes. If seal effect has method bot, then seal effect connect bot signal callable. Does it have a connect bot signal? No. So chip effect. Here, connect bot signal. Okay. They cannot be sold. No. Okay. And so they basically just need a trigger function. Because they don't care about spins or anything like that, they just care about triggering, right? So I'm gonna have here function trigger seal effect call trigger. And so every time a ball lands in a pocket, it needs to trigger this, which I can achieve in two ways. Either the ball calls it because it always lands in a pocket and then it can do that directly, but the balls are also not in charge of calculating the points and everything, they're just visuals. That's happening in script, which I think I need to honor. What made you start game dev? You in uni? No, self-employed. I was a full-time content creator for many years. And I get random ideas. I like learning stuff, and game development seemed really interesting because I know a little bit about programming. And as a kid, I always liked making my own games. And so I tried making a test game in a few weeks. I learned Godot, was fun. Then I wanted to make my dream game in a few months, but then I started working together with fellow content creator and friend Regis Kilbin, who helped me do this more long term, so I can put more time into it and get better. That's the short story, I guess. Is the music fine? I'm trying to find the right level. I think this should be fine. Yeah, I hope that explains it. Just randomly, out of interest and then out of some good luck. So seal effect 1. Okay, let me test a few things. So first of all, I'll do function bot. I don't think that passes any arguments. So this one has a reference to the seal resource. Does the seal resource have reference to the pocket? Yes. Okay, so I do right. Test effect. I'll rename it to 001 seal effect. Do you work? I'm working right now. This is what I do. So I can go to seal resource. No. Dot pocket. And then dot score, and I'll do like plus 30. So I want to check if this works, if the buy signal works. And maybe I do seal resource dot pocket dot color is equal to pocket dot color dot black. I want to see if I can also do stuff like this. And then I'll also make a trigger, function trigger, which will be I'll just add more points for now. Is it even necessary actually? Yeah, this one that gives money. Points, destroy this pocket. Yeah, trigger. I'll do logic dot current score plus equals 100, and I'll do flying label 100. I don't know if this will work. Oh yeah, because the effect is not even triggered yet, right? But let's say I do let's say I make the seal cost 0 so I can buy a bunch of them. Try to get lucky. And then in the logic, whenever I end the spin, here it just adds the score, and it will also do triggered pockets 0 dot seal resource dot trigger. Yeah, no worries. Just trying to do what you do. Okay, what is your situation? Are you still studying, or are you at work? What is your goal? Or do you want to be a full-time game dev? Okay, so I want to get a seal. If I put this on a pocket, I need to click on it and then click. Nothing happened. Meta expected 0 arguments but called with 1. Ah, so there is an argument. What is the argument? Callable seal effect bot. Wait. If seal effect has method bot, connect bot signal. Is that a signal bus? Wait, connect bot signal. Signal bus bot. Scene. Oh, it checks what scene is being bought. Of course. That is very important. So in the seal effect, it should check scene, load 2D. It will check if scene is not equal to seal resource.seal. It just does a return. So I put it on the red pocket. It turned black, but it did not give it points. Ah, because I need to do the flying label bullshit. True. I need to do flying label 32 seal resource dot pocket dot number. Aha, now we have 40. Okay, I'll put another one here. Okay, that's cool. So we can permanently modify pockets. I think ideally I still want to change these systems so every pocket remembers their original color and value. Because right now I just store them within a spin, but that can lead to issues. But anyway, these are all optimization issues for later. Okay, now we want to see if the trigger works, right? So doesn't really matter if I have cards. I'll put cards anyway. Now we hope it lands into one of these pockets. Yeah, it works. Okay, awesome. Pockets are working. So now all I need to do is everywhere in script where I trigger a pocket, I need to trigger seal. So this is probably best done through codecs, right? This is just otherwise a lot of stupid manual labor. Terminal. I'll open another terminal. I'll do voice memo. I just created the seal effect that triggers every time a ball lands in a pocket. So as you can see right now, when a spin ends in the logic script, it is going to add the score of the pocket, but also try and run the trigger function on the seal resource on the pocket. There is an issue though, because if there is no seal resource, it crashes, right? If I check logic, .seal resource .trigger, this does not always execute. I should just put it on the, I should do trigger pockets .trigger. And then in the pocket itself, there should be a trigger function. Trigger. If seal resource is not equal to null, then it will do seal resource dot trigger. On the pocket, so it gets relayed to the seal resource, seal effect. You only use AI for repetitive stuff? Yeah, so for example, right now in every, I have like over 100 custom scripts for behavior of my cards, right? And all of them right now check a pocket and take the score. But now for every single one, I would have to add a single line where it also triggers the pocket. So that would take maybe like 15 minutes where I just go for every script and manually add that line. That is stuff that AI is good at. I never let it design stuff for me because I've experimented with it, but it's so hard if you're building a big game that you're working on to work on generated code. Bug hunting is hard, you just need AI to solve it all. You basically need to start offloading everything and then things just go really bad. So I like building the game myself, and for repetitive tasks that I know how to do but just waste time, such as putting one line of code in 100 scripts, I try and offload it. Or bug hunting. If I have a mistake and I don't know how to fix it, it's very good at fixing it very often. So those are like the two best use cases, I would say. So I just created a seal effect that triggers every time a ball lands in a pocket. So as you can see right now, when I spin and in the logic script, it is going when I spin in the load ship is going to add the score of the pocket, but also try and run the trigger function on pocket. Can you find all the places where I should be adding this trigger to the pocket? This is probably going to be mainly in the effect scripts of cards and chips where they land a new ball in a pocket and take the score. It should now also consider the trigger of the pocket. Yeah. So now I run this. I also have a skill called hand holding where it shows every single line it's going to put in and I need to approve it. But for something like this, it should be very straightforward and simple. And I can see it work, right? Let's do that. And with this, seals should be working. I can add the seals. And do some playtesting. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the other thing you messaged. I'm stuck between studying web dev and game dev. Small job, self-study. Are doing a lot then. Interesting. But if you're 20, you have all the time in the world to figure out what you want to do. I'm 27. So just don't put any pressure on it. Wait, physically spawn another ball and effect the replace, rescore and land the pocket without spawning. First category definitely needs a seal hook. Wait, what? The new basement hook? Oh, okay. But yeah, so like when I was 20, I was still studying as well. And I was doing content creation as like a hobby, but it went pretty well. And then I decided to drop out for a year and try to be a full-time content creator. And that worked. And then I was a full-time content creator for 4 to 5 years. But I also did some other stuff on the side, like video editing. So I did editing for other people, channel managing. I did a bunch of stuff that I thought I enjoyed. And see, just adding one line of code here to a bunch of scripts that I would have to do myself, which is just boring. But yeah, and then I always had other hobbies as well. I did like coaching for climbing. I climb a lot. Then I went into game dev because it was like just fun, and then it kind of started doing well. I'm working on bigger projects, so this is where I'm at. I don't know if I'll be a game dev in 10 years. I would like to think so. I like it a lot, but at this point, trying to predict the future is impossible, so I just see where this takes me. So I didn't have to do it in that many places. Some chips, some cards. There's a downside of adding more systems later on in the game. Like having a fully designed game from the start is way easier to build upon because you don't have to keep revisiting scripts and changing them. So it added extra balls, or the extra trigger effects. Okay. Okay, so this should work now. Do I have a class that is built to move the ball a lot? Move ball to highest value pocket. Extra balls. Okay, I'll play some mage. Now I'll buy a bunch of seals again. Okay. feel like I'm behind and I don't want to go into the wrong direction. Behind at age 20? No, there's no way. But it's a feeling that you will have, that I also had, that everyone has, because everything moves so fast, right? But you have so much time to do whatever you want. Even if you go in the wrong direction, you can correct it. It's not like set in stone. Your life can always change. My other channels are... I'll just show it real quick. I have a few. I have... the first channel that I started... I mean, the older first channel... I had like older Minecraft channels and stuff like that that I wasn't serious about. But the first one I was serious about was It's Ben 321. This one, which was like Hearthstone mainly, and then I pivoted into the Bazaar and then a bit of my game dev journey. This has 27,000 subs. But then I switched into a different game, which was Backpack Battles, and then I started Ben's Backpack, and Ben's Backpack was probably the channel where I was the most consistent as a content creator. So I just uploaded gameplay for Backpack Battles, and this channel did the best with views, but it has only 18,000 subscribers. Then I also have My Name is Ben. My Name is Ben was like more bigger projects. This has 21,000 subs. This has a video with 2 million views. This was like Valorant stuff and like speedrun documentaries, and I was experimenting a lot. So as you can see, even all these years I was still messing around with what I can do. Now I have this channel, which is just coding stuff, right? And then of course the channels that I managed of other people. So it's like, I don't know, things change, and I was trying to figure out what I enjoyed. Okay, let me see how this plays. No, it didn't land. Extra balls, yes. Awesome. No! Okay. Bro, please, I need my seals. Why so many different channels? Because I never knew what I wanted to do. Add the top card of your deck to the spin. Yeah, I just never really... Like, I keep changing interest. Because gaming is fun, but I cannot stick with a single game for that long. I get bored. Okay, that seemed to work. It moved the ball to the right pocket. The main issue was that I barely got to see any seal action. I saw one seal, and that was when I moved the ball there. I also need to make the animation more visible, that once you click on a seal, you have to click on a pocket. Maybe by highlighting the pockets, I don't know. Work for a studio? Do you make money from freelancing? I work for myself. I mean, to be fair, right now I work together with a partner called Regis Kilbin. He's also a YouTuber, and we're working on these games together. So he helps fund me a bit. But the first game I worked on myself the entire time. So I just I took a few months off, lived off savings. Okay, land in the pocket. Or in the... wait, what is that shape? Collision. Interesting. Okay, so... time to actually make the seals now. Where did the music go? I need to go to the next page. Bro, this is such a dumb system. Thanks for response on the save system. No worries. I'm using custom resources, but it's so confusing when trying to scale with upgrades. Yeah, there's a few ways that you can go about doing it, right? Like either you save the upgrades and just load them back in, or you have a formula, like you have your base stat, whatever it is, and based on its level or its upgrade, it changes. So you can just save the base stat, you can change the level, like let's say it's level 4. Then when you load it back in, you can do the math using that, like you have this level 4, which means it's gonna be like 10 times as big, I don't know. How I do it, because I have some cards and chips that also perma upgrade, I just use, I mean, it should be fine if you just use export storage. So you have export variables and you have export storage variables, which are essentially the same. It just means that if you save the resource, it will save that value in the resource. And then when you load it back in, it's gonna load that resource back in, or that value into the resource. Well, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, that should help you. That if that's gonna solve it. So what was I gonna do? First I was gonna add a visual to the seal. So when you click on a seal, it should highlight the pocket somehow. How do I do that? Because I can make them all hover and pop. The issue with that is that I think I just make the seal shake once you click it. Actually, that's a good idea. I have a shake, right? If I go to, say, game. No, is it logic? Shake. No. It's the animation handler. This has a shake, yes. But wait, shake. I will just save these. I need to go into my shop object. That is the one that stores the primed seal. So I can just go into a process function process, and then variable strength, duration, shake count. No, I don't need shake. Duration I'll keep, strength I'll keep. And then I will just check if Yuna? What? Incremental game also upgrades, but you just connect everything to save data. I want to make an incremental game at some point as well. We've been talking about it. Is there an offset? So I have my seal, right? There's no offsets if I keep like moving this. Transform. But I can probably change the position of this. That's always 0, 0. I mean, I can change the position of the seal. It's in local space, it's 0, 0. Yuna! Bro, she just came up to Biao. Oh, thank you. I just like tweeners. All my animations, I don't like using animation players too much. So I usually just do it manually. For example, okay, I'm going to show you how to do a shake. I will... So first I need to check if I have a prime seal. If prime seal is null or not is instance valid prime seal return. So basically if I have a seal that's ready to be bought, I'm gonna make it shake. So I'll do new tween is create, wait, is a oh, I cannot create tween here. I need to make it on the prime seal maybe. So prime seal, create tween, set parallel. No, I don't need to set parallel. I'll just make my tween. CLI connected, currently using Gemini to find bugs. Added so many more bugs. It's not worth it. Don't use AI to make your game for you. This is not AI, this is just a terminal that has my Git changes on it. I only used it earlier, for example, to add one line of code to a lot of scripts because I don't want to do it manually. To find bugs, it's also decent, but don't just let it mess with your code because then things go south. I've been thinking about doing a video on AI game dev because it's so nuanced. You cannot use it for just game development, but it's so good at outsourcing repetitive dumb tasks. But there's a fine line that you need to walk, a really fine line. Because people who don't know how to program or do game dev should also not be using AI for it because they don't know what it's gonna do and how it's gonna break stuff, right? It's like it is a force multiplier, so you need to first be good at it in order to use it well, which is what most people do not understand. People who try to one-shot games with AI has been interesting to see. Fuck my shit up. Anyway, I'm creating a new tween, so then I do new tween property. I don't know how familiar you are with tweens if you're asking about the animations, but if I need to explain more, just let me know. So the object is going to be the primed seal. It will just be its normal position. Final value will be, I should first calculate it. So I'll do var final value vector 2. Well, I'm just going to create a vector 2 that has x of 0.18 and y of 0. So it's just like a small bit to the right, which I guess is based, it should just be based on the strength actually. So I'll do strength on the x and 0 on the y. Then I do final value dot rotate. Wait, rotate it. Does this return a new one? Yes, so I'll do my final value will be a rotation in radians, right? Result of this vector by angle in radians. So I'll do rand f range. How many? Well, from 0 to pi or to tau. Sure. So basically I have my starting position, I take a vector that goes to the side, and I'm going to rotate it to any random value, right? I'm going to just offset it, and that's going to be where the shake goes. Sure. So then its position, final value will be final value. Duration is going to be duration divided by 2, because then I'm going to move to the value and then back to the center. And I'll do set ease in out. Set transition to, I should not do anything fancy here. I can probably just do sine. Sure. And then I'm just gonna copy this tween. Well, I'll just write it. New tween property. So the primed seal will then return its position. Well, I need this to be a bit more clean. Will return its position to vector 2.0 in duration divided by 2. And I'll just copy the end here, I guess. Also my process, what the fuck happened to this process function? Process. Oh, there is no process function because this is a fucking object, a resource. Ah, this is stupid. What is a tween? Custom animation property? Basically, you're able to interpolate a value. So for example, the position here, over a certain duration, I'm moving it to a different position. That's a tween. You're moving from one, like a property value to another. But you can do a lot of tweens, a lot of other things. Okay, so I cannot do a process function here. That means I need to actually do this somewhere else, right? In the shop, it's, no, in the seal itself. Yeah, I guess. So if I go to seal, I did it all the way on the bottom. Function, process, shake, delta is a float, and then I need to go to my process function here, and I do process, shake, delta, and then if logic current shop dot prime seal is equal to null, or logic current shop prime seal is not valid, wait, I don't need to do prime seal, I can use myself. Wait, this is stupid. If logic current shop prime seal is null. And then I should check if logic current shop prime seal is equal to self, or is not equal to self, it will also return. And new tween can just be create tween. And then check it bot. This is in the shop objects. There. So now I should shake. What's gonna happen is every... Oh wait, there's an issue though. It's gonna shake, but it does this every frame. It should only do it if it's not shaking. So I'll do either a variable for this, or I need to this to just loop. Actually, wait, I have a way better idea. Process shake. I'm just gonna make a recursive function. So instead of putting this in the process function, here, I will go to where I buy, which is in the click, which is unhandled inputs, which is here. If you release click, here it primes the seal, and it will do shake, process shake. And I go into my process shake, it's gonna shake, shake, shake. I wait, and I wait until the new tween is done. I'm gonna shake again. I will shake again and again until either there's no more primed seal, it's no longer itself, or something happens, right? So if I click on it, it's not shaking. Why not? Or maybe because its position cannot change, or what? Seal. Print final value. Let me see. Ah, because for some reason it stops right away. Why is this? Did I not add it yet as a seal? Oh no, I didn't, right? Because after it does this, it waits a frame, I think. Process shake. If I go to my prime seal, it waits 2 physics frames, so I should do the same. So I can do a start shake, which essentially just waits and initiates it. So if I go to seal, and here I have a function start shake, which will wait 2 frames and then start the process shake. Now this is interesting. What the fuck? Position self. Its position, is this not... I think it takes a global position. For whatever reason. So I need to do... Fucking hell, maybe... Main canvas group position, right? So main canvas group instead of self. Yeah, it just kept going to the 0, 0 coordinates. That looks so funny. Okay, we need to mess with the parameters. So duration has to be a lot shorter, maybe 0, 3. And the strength, maybe 10. Let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. So 0, 4 and strength 8. You added 3D to 2D. Yeah, 3D to 2D with a viewport. I think you can. I'm not too familiar with that. I don't really do 3D stuff. But I've seen games mess with that. Like 2D viewports within 3D as well. There. So now we have a shake where it's like ready to go on a pocket. And then once you click a pocket, bam. Looks good. Good enough. And if you cancel it, it stops. It's still a bit much, I feel like. Strength maybe only goes to 6. It's so hot today. Today is gonna be incredibly warm, and I'm on an attic, so I'm gonna be sweating. I wanted to go climbing today, but I think it's gonna be a bit much. Okay, this looks good. Sure, it's a nice enough shake, I would say. But it also needs to highlight the pockets, right? I'm actually not too happy with how I implemented this. Because for example, in the pockets, I think I just directly check if I'm clicking on it. And then it just checks if there's a prime seal and if you can buy it. But I think it's way better if I just have a click signal And then connect that or listen to that in like a different object that should handle all the logic. But it's okay. If click and you have a primed seal and you don't have one yet, right? And seal resource is null. Okay. We could just highlight the pockets, to be honest. Do I have a highlight color in data? Red, black, white, no. But I have one in the card. Icon hover color, yes. So I go to my pockets. And I'll call this highlight cover. Short explanations, yeah. Would it be interesting to do a series where I cover every single page on the docs? So I go for the Google Docs and I make a video about every page and like with better examples and explanations. That could be interesting, right? I think. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. That actually sounds like it could be a decent idea. So highlight color. Okay, anyway. I need to check. Also, how do I know if I'm hovering this pocket? I'm just checking if I click. If action is click, and current shop prime seal and seal resource. Huh? Hovering pocket. I just check if I'm hovering that pocket. Instead of just sending the pocket itself. That's stupid. Wait, this is stupid, right? Because every pocket now checks that logic. So instead I should do... If... Wait a sec. If hovering and... If you're hovering and you click and all this other shit. Is there a way to go deeper into the built-in Godot function inside the editor? What do you mean exactly? To go deeper in the built-in Godot function? You mean like input what this function means and stuff, or what? Because if you control click it, it usually gives an explanation. What was I doing again? You buy the seal. What was I doing? Ah, highlight. Yes, okay. So once it's primed, there should be a... I need to also do a variable highlighted for highlighted bool is false. And there should be a process function that I have here and check if currently hovering and not hovering. So this is just the hover shit. But basically it also needs to do if not highlighted. I should do that second. So with an AND function, it's important you do the more common one in front and then the other one, because, or no, the other way around, because otherwise it, like, it saves one calculation, it breaks out of the AND statement faster. What does predefining variables help with? Like the source code? The source code you can browse online, I guess. It's open source, right? What does predefining variables help with? I'm not sure. Like, do you mean like here, setting the highlight color? Or what? There's a lot of reasons why it's good. Like, one, it makes your code more readable, because you can just use the variable names instead of an arbitrary color or number. If you ever heard of magic numbers, then you know the basic concept. You just don't want to have random numbers everywhere, because they don't mean anything. But if your number is called rarity value, then you know, okay, this is the rarity value. Second reason is they're easier to change and reuse. So if you change the rarity from 2 to 3, then you would have to change it everywhere in the code, and now I can just change the variable up top. So the types, statically typing, you mean like saying this is a vector 2, saying this is a float and a boolean. That helps with compilation times and with type safety. So if you don't predefine it, quick example is I do variable tests, which I set to 5. Test is 5, right? This is an integer, but I'm not saying it's an integer. That means that I can do tests is equal to hello, and they're not going to be mad at me. This variable can now be a 5, it can be a string, it can be whatever, which is bad. Then you get issues, because if you assume later down in the code that you're still working with a 5 instead of the string, then if you try and add a 2 to it, it's going to break. And the editor doesn't know this yet, only when you run the game. So that's why you always want to do it. And the second reason is it helps you, for example, if I do set this as a string, right? I set this to hello. Now if I do test dot and I want to capitalize this, right? I can do test dot capitalize because it knows it's a string. I don't know, I guess it just figures it's a string. But if I instead do here, wait, test is equal to 5, does it still do it? Test dot capitalize. Yes. Wait, what is? So I can set test to an integer here and it's gonna still tell me that I can capitalize the integer. But now if I do type safety, if I do test as a string, now the editor is gonna hopefully get mad at me. Oh, there's another issue in the script, that's why. Well, let me just remove this. Now it's gonna get mad at me because you see here it says test 5 does not make sense. It's not possible because it's a string, not an integer. Now if I remove this again, it's not gonna be mad at me. But it's just so you're not gonna run into any issues. It just helps the editor. And yeah, I heard it's good with compile times because it can statically compile better. Like constants as well. That's why you like using constants instead of variables if things are not supposed to change, because then it kind of hard codes this value into the source code. As far as I understand it, I could be wrong, but it means that this is now just set as 270 everywhere in the script. Well, if this is a variable, it has to be an object that can be changed, right? The way it handles the data is different. So those are, as far as I understand, the main reasons why you always want to statically type. It's a good habit to have, always a good habit. What am I doing? I'm highlighting it. So if you're not highlighted and there is a primed seal, so if logic current shop dot prime seal is not null and you're not highlighted, I will highlight. So I will do modulate is highlight color, and highlighted is true. Else if logic dot current shop dot prime seal is null and you are highlighted, you're just gonna modulate to color dot white and highlighted is false. So now it should highlight pockets. How many hours a day? It depends. Some days it's only a few hours, other days it can be like 10 hours. It's very inconsistent. So now if I click on it, all the pockets highlight. Is this clear though? I don't know, it's a bit strange. If I modulate a pocket, where does it draw? It draws on the pocket itself, so if I do self-modulate, maybe that helps? Whoa. And then it goes white. Okay, never mind. So there's no sprites, you're just rapidly moving the node for the animations. What do you mean no sprite? I'm using sprites, but if you what animations are you talking about? If you're talking about the seal or the everything is just a sprite and I just change its position and everything in code. I don't use different sprite sheets, for example. I don't use animation players for the most part. I use like, this is a shake that I just coded. All of this movement animations, this is all code, right? Even these as well. But I do have an animation player in my chip, for example. But I don't need to, like, I could use twins as well. I think I just made animation player because it's like the most simple thing that I did it at first. If I would redo this, I would not use an animation player, but it changes the scale and the rotation, which again can be done in code as well. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't really like this highlighting, but I think that can change. Okay, I'm gonna make my seals now. They should be fairly simple. I don't have icons for them, so they will all have to use the test icon. This one I will rename Rainbow. Rainbow. ID 0, seal effect 1. Costs, I don't know, 5 gold, okay. The rarity is gonna be rare? No round gate, complexity easy. Sure. And then the script of this, let me just remove everything else. So this pocket counts as red, black, green, odd, and even. So it does not have a trigger. It will be better for performance. I don't know. It's not like I'm doing it for performance. I just like it more because it's more flexible. If I want to change the animations in code, I can do so. So let's say I want to speed it up, or I want to make it wiggle bigger and bigger and bigger over time. All of this is way easier to do in code than it is to use animation players, I'm pretty sure. Animation player is like something static. You set once, you animate, and you just play that. But there's not a lot of room for flexibility. I like that. A lot of animations are also like way more complex. Like the way a seal or a card flies towards something is the card, it's in a process function. So every frame it checks something. Let's say the animation is 1 second. I just have an endpoint, and then it's gonna keep moving towards that endpoint over a curve that I set, a custom curve. So look at the chip, you see this curve? I made this curve myself, and it's gonna go over the curve and interpolate that over the distance, so it adjusts its speed. And it makes for very fluid dynamic animations that are, you cannot do this with an animation player, because you always have different values and different positions, right? So it just has a lot of benefits. Anyway, we buy our seal, and then we're gonna set the value of the pocket to being rainbow. So I'll do seal resource dot pocket dot rainbow is true. And then in the pocket itself, when you want to check the color, so if it's rainbow, odd and even, and there's also gonna be purple, right? You have odd and even, rainbow. I mean, I can also just do a check here. But I'm hard coding the seals, then it makes no sense. No, I can just set rainbow and odd and even to true. Actually, that's way easier. So rainbow is true, and seal resource dot pocket dot odd and even is true. So now it's gonna always return true, no matter the color, and odd and even. But there's also purple, which is, if it's not green, this is just black and red. Or is it? I'm in the pocket, right? Add export storage variable purple pool, and then it will check if purple, it will return compare color and color dot red. No, what am I doing? Color dot red, color dot black. So if the color is red or black, it's gonna return true, otherwise false. So green color will not be tolerated. So seal 1 is done. So make a new seal. Seal resource 2, and this one will be purple. Create a new effect. Seal effect inherits the seal effect class. Class name seal effect 2. Function bot node, node 2D. If node is not equal to self, return. I think that's how I did this. Oh, if is not equal to seal resource.seal, of course. Return. And then I'll do seal resource.pocket, no, purple is true, and that is then done. Then I just need to set the translation as well, true. Translations, seal. I'll add this as favorite as well. Seal 1 name purple, seal 1 info. This pocket now counts as red and black. This pocket now counts as red and black. So ID 1, icon, the test icon, seal effects can be seal effect 2. Cost of this is 3 gold. This can be common. Round gates, doesn't matter. Complexity is easy. And now to update the name and info dynamically with the translations, I just re-import my translation file, and there we go, purple. And that should work now. Second seal done. Moving on, we have seal 2, which is going to be imaginary. This pocket counts as even and odd. This pocket now counts as even and odd. So I create another seal effect, create script. Class name seal effects free. Function bot node 2D. If node is not equal to seal resource dot seal return. If I did just buy this, then seal resource dot pocket dot odd and even is true. Then I create my new resource. Imaginary, which has ID 2. Seal effects will be free. Wait, free? Oh, I'm stupid. I've been naming them wrong. I didn't start at 0 with this. Everything else I start at 0, right? So I need to rename all of this shit. 0. Two. Yeah, now I'm getting very hot here and the sun is finally made it away. Jesus Christ. Today should be the hottest day. And right now is the peak. I can fight. Okay, imaginary. Cost was also free. Has seal effect 2. Did I update the other ones? This is seal effect 0, and this one is seal effect 1. It's common, it's easy. Okay, sure. Did I re-import? I don't think I did. Did I? No idea. Next up, seal free name, which is Centurion. Centurion, yeah. Do you do all the art too? No, I am terrible at art. So I'm using asset packs, and for this game my partner is also like Regis Kilbin is also making some of the art. But for the other game that we released, Sky Shard, we have a few dedicated artists working on it, because we need good art and we cannot do that. Centurion, 7 gold, give 100 points to this pocket. Give plus bonus points, this can be variable. Points to this pocket. So this has a dynamic formatted variable in here, and that should work. I should have implemented already that it will find it. So if I create a script, free seal effects, and class name seal effects free, and I do export variable bonus points. Set this to 100. It should plug that 100 in there now, so I can manually change it, upgrade it, do whatever. And function bot node no 2D. Both of my cats are just playing here. If node is not equal, where's my, oh my god, I keep forgetting where my exclamation mark is on this keyboard. I need to just remember. Seal resource dot seal return, and then I do pocket dot score plus equals bonus points, and then a flying label of digits bonus points, and that goes to pocket dot. Wait, why am I just saying pocket here? This should be seal resource dot pockets, and this will go into seal resource dot pocket dot number. Thank you, man. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Hope you have a good day. So this should add 100 points. Then if we go create a new resource. Wait. Did I create a seal resource? Create. Centurion. Okay. I will re-import because I want to check if it dynamically changes. So bonus points right now is not found because there's no seal effect yet, but if I add seal effect 3, it works. It formatted to 100 points. Nice. Cost was like 7. Should there be a round gate? Maybe. These are things we can change in the future. Next seal. Mirror. This is a hiccup. It's been a while. Whenever a ball lands in a pocket, drop another ball. Okay, that can go crazy though. Whenever a ball lands in this pocket, drop another ball. This is gonna be a bit more complicated to make, but that's good. More complicated effects. So 004 seal effects. I can probably copy this from a chip or something. Seal effect 004. Function. This actually just has a trigger. So if I go into my translation file for chips and I find ball first times, okay, so chip effect 41 should also do something like that. So let me, oh, play animation, I don't even use that. Fine. Okay, so now we go into our seal effects. So if the roulette wheel is maxed already, we don't drop a ball. Otherwise, we play our animation, we add a ball, we wait until it's finished. We're gonna add the score. Logic trigger pockets. And we will... yeah, we just add the score, I guess. This should come after though, the flying label. After the trigger. Or before, I mean. Okay. I think that works. I think, until we test it, of course. So create a new resource. A mirror. Which has a cost of 5. ID is 4. Yes. Icon, test, seal effects. 4. Cost is 5. Maybe less common. There we go. Hey, welcome back. So seal 5 name will be death. Seal 5 info. Destroy this pocket. If I can type. That's pretty simple as well. 005 seal effects. I think the seal has to destroy itself as well then. Seal effect. Class name, seal effect 005. And then function bots. Node is a node 2D. If node is not equal. Okay, where's my exclamation mark? I need to be able to find it. Okay, so it's like here. It's not equal to. Jesus Christ. There. Oh wait, it has some very cool. Huh. Okay, it's not equal to seal resource dot seal, then we return. We will do pockets. Well, seal resource dot pocket dot destroyed is true. And I will just destroy the seal, I'm pretty sure. I'll do seal resource dot pocket dot seal. Nah, we have to keep the seal. What I'm working now, I'm adding all the seals. So the custom seal effects, I'm creating the custom scripts for it and the resources. Create new resource, seal effects called def. ID is 5. Icon is a temporary one. Seal effect 5. The cost is 7. Can be rare. Okay, next one. Seal 6 name is gonna be the final one. So we have 6 seals only. No, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but ID 0 counts as well. Gold. Seal 6 name. Whenever a ball lands in this pocket, gain 5 gold. Whenever a ball lands in this pocket, gain. And then we just do bonus money. This is going to be a variable again that we set in the code so we can change it. So let's create a new effect. 006 seal effects, which inherits the class seal effects. Once again, class name will be seal effects 6 with export variable bonus money. Integer is 5, and now it will dynamically fill it in the translation. How did you set up your Obsidian for your workflow? I think that would be a good video as well. I've been thinking about that as well. I mean, my Obsidian is kind of messy. I have a lot of different nodes and like lists, and this is just like a brain dump usually. I also have one specifically for codecs that I messed with, but I mean, it's kind of overkill. I don't think it's that interesting. Yeah, I could do a video on it, on how I like I have a little bit of a system of how I organize it, but I want to improve it still. It mainly uses tags, so things are organized in the metadata by different tags that I set, and by that they get pulled together and stuff. Anyway, function trigger. This will just add money, right? So logic dot game object dot money plus equals bonus money, and then I do a flying label, a percent digit will be bonus money, and then play animation. Okay. I re-import my translation files. I need to still just make the resource and I'm done. 6 gold. Oh, I need to write the info still. I wrote name twice, that's stupid. So I need to re-import again. It did not find bonus money. Oh, because I need to do the effect still. Now I found it. Cost is 5, right? Okay. Doesn't really matter what I pick here. Let's see. Mirror, whenever the ball ends in this pocket, drop another ball. Aha, I like that. I'll put it on my green pocket. Your pocket now counts as black and red. I mean, I want more. I want the visuals to be improved, of course, but right now it's just a proof of concept. It just needs to work. And this green pocket will count as red or black. Let's see if that works. I mean, these all don't care about. I mean, I hope it lands in mirror. I want to see how that works out. Oh, what the fuck? Why does it do that? When it rotates, does it go off? Ah, maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't know what is causing this. I think it's because the pocket slides together with the chip. Right? I don't know, no, the pocket stays. I don't know, I can look into it. I can fix it by making the area larger once you're hovering over it. I think I should do that actually, yeah. Makes more sense. Let me spin. None of these matter, bro. I was almost in a mirror, I think. Okay, any round? Move the ball to a red pocket. Ah, then we could test if the chip works, I guess. Add 2 extra balls? Hell yes. I have no money. What is this doing here, huh? That is a bug. So bug. Card staying in hand after round finish when you play the card that returns a card to hand again after the spin. That should be enough info. Whatever. How does it fix this? Aha, it does fix this. I do have a failsafe. Move the ball to a red pocket, which can be a green pocket in this case. No. I don't know. Oh, I messed up the order. I do have a very cool system that can make this game play automatically, but I think I need to update it now to work with the seal system. Oh shit, too many cards. Yeah, we need to do something about having this many cards. It could be maxed out as well. Here's a copy of your most played card exploration. Move the ball to my highest value pocket. Oh, interesting. I was gonna experiment a bit with cards I haven't really tried yet since adding them. I want something that moves my chip. This pocket now counts as odd and even. Okay, I'm gonna put this on, doesn't matter. I do like the addition of seals. I just need them to look better. they're not. I want them to actually modify the whole pocket. Or maybe add an outline to the pocket. Oh, wait. That could work. I need to message Regis real quick. I'll do that here. Alright. Okay. So what am I doing? Move the ball to a red pocket? Yes. Ah, see, it highlights this pocket. If I hover, it shows this pocket. That's cool, I guess. And so what does this do? Double your wheel values and remove a slot from your bets. Yeah. Yeah, a few more bugs I need to write down. Background starts speeding up somehow. Ship that removes, that destroys itself and shrinks hand size does id mid round, mid spin, breaking the cards played. Move the ball to red pocket again. I just want to see if it actually will end up. Oh, the visual is fucked. Oh, okay. Interesting. This has to be set to shrink then. Huh. Bro, land on one of my seals. I want to see them. Oh, I guess I also don't have red and odd. I'm just gonna start a new run. Right, I might even do a speed run. No money. You start with more money but gain no interest, so I can buy more seals. I need one that manipulates the ball. If you hit red to spin, gain money. If you odd pocket you have hit this round, gain money. Move the ball to red pocket. Mage. I think I like mage most still. So the same card. The land on black, red, odd, and even. Green. Pocket counts as odd and even. I'll put this on 13. Drop another ball. For the rest of this round, all pockets count as uneven. This needs to be spin, not round. Let me change that. Cavalier. Whoa. Flash. Cavalier. For the rest of this spin. For the rest of this turn. Yeah. Turn of this. Bro, give me the fun seals. What is happening? When you land in red, sure. How is this CSV interacting with the resource information? Did you build this tool or is it native in Godot? I built it. Or what are you talking about? Are you talking about... Ah, you talk about this, the translation file. This is in Godot. It's just if you make a CSV, you can import it as a translation file. Then you go into project localization and then you can just plug it in and it will automatically change these values with their translation. But because I did do some custom stuff, because I want to load in the editor in here the name and the info already, so that is a custom script where I basically just check the translation and plug it in. I go to my resource. You can see when I try and fetch the name and the info, it is going to call the find function. And the find function is basically just going to check, hey, are you in the editor? Then go to translate.find and then find that property and format it. Otherwise, there is a tr function. If you use tr, it automatically is going to fetch whatever string you have from the translation files. But you don't even need to do all of this if you're in-game. This is just to make it work in the editor. That's why this is a tool script as well. If that explains it. A bit more like overkill, I guess, but move the ball to an odd pocket. Bro, I've not seen any. If you hit even, move the ball to an even pocket, so I can see if it moves this to 13, I guess. I need a seal. Okay, what is this? Give 100 points to a pocket. Sure, bro. Well, I cannot give it to one that already has a seal, of course. Okay, this is sad. I only have to move to an even pocket. Move to highest value pocket. Oh, another ball, right. Okay, so now I went to 100, then it went to 2. Jesus Christ, what is happening? Okay, whatever, it works. I need to fix the animation as well. Fix seal animation bugging out when hovering on the wheel. I think I can commit this change. So I'll do git add commits, finishing up the seal implementation and adding 7 seals. Now I'll do git push. And now I will actually use Codex to find any issues with my code that I just implemented. So I've created a custom skill, which is called a GitHub review. Yeah, and then I need to give it my GitHub link, and I just describe what I wanted to review, and then it's gonna request changes as pull requests, so I have full control over how I add things and if I want them added or not. So someone asked earlier, like, using AI to code for you is really bad because it breaks everything. This is one of the ways that you can kind of safe check it by having it break it down in small pieces and then like putting it as pull requests on your GitHub, and then you can check, hey, was this actually an issue? And also not have it make stuff for you, just have it fix stuff. So now it's gonna find issues and maybe fix some things. So I'll go into my link here. And I'll put it in here. I mainly want to English. I cannot talk. I mainly want you to review the latest GitHub commits, which is about the implementation of the seal. So double check if the implementation is fine and if it all works, or if there's any bugs or mistakes still with the seals. This will include all of the code that I have to update in order to make seals work. So this is the shop objects, the logic, the resources, the custom effects. Go mainly through that, and I want you to find bugs in these implementations or issues that I overlooked. This does not need to be a project-wide audit. This can just be an audit about these latest commits. And then hopefully it is gonna stick to what I just said. I mainly want you to review the latest GitHub commits, which is about the implementation of the seal. So double check if the implementation is fine and if it all works, or if there's any bugs or mistakes still with the seals. This will include all of the code that I have to update in order to make seals work. So this is the shop object, the logic, the resources, the custom effects. Go mainly through that, and I want you to find bugs in these implementations or issues that I overlooked. This does not need to be a project-wide audit. This can just be an audit about these latest commits. And then now what I will do is I will go through my GitHub, check my latest commits, check all of the code, see if there's any things like what it was good at was I'll demonstrate. It was good at finding typos and stuff. So here are these merge pools. This was basically when I tried it out for the first time. What it did was here I just typoed. I put color 3 here, and then I compared color 2. And also this is not a clean way to implement it. It just also cleaned it up by just making it a simple loop. Which is way better than the way I did it. So it's just small stuff like this that it does, and then I also dismiss some of them. This is a single line of code where it duplicates the value. I forgot that I needed to duplicate a card resource, otherwise I'm changing the main card resource in the game. So that's something I just overlooked. Here, also a typo. Again, I didn't update the color values of these variables. This was something else. Merge, stop solid draw scaling skip from reacting. What was this? Oh, this was like a signal issue where I was not disconnecting something. Yeah. Cordron. It was just a bug as well. This was also a typo. I forgot to add that I need to update the pockets instead of just a normal score. So that's what it's really good at. And then right now it's gonna do more of that. So let me see. Two seal commits, yep, from yesterday and today. One unrelated autoplay commits. And now it's gonna do a bunch of testing and figure out what issues exist, and then I can see them as my pull requests here. While it's doing that, I think I'm just gonna... Oh, the autoplay is not gonna work, is it? So I made an autoplay earlier. As a flag that I can set. So it can play hands off. For me to have it auto test. I mean, this is right now mainly for the visual, right? It's not really... It's not gonna work with seals yet, because that's not something I implemented. But it buys stuff. It's gonna play around. I bought a full shop. And I can kind of keep this going while I'm gonna get a snack. So I'll put some text on screen. Text. Okay. And this will say... Where do I type? Be right back. Put it here. But I need to make a different version of this as well. I need to make one without animations that is just running really fast and just simulates it, right? So I can catch bugs and like balancing issues way easier. I can run like hundreds of simulations at once in a couple of seconds. That I want to build, but I want to build that once the game is in a better spot. Right now it's a bit overkill. I just need to make things work. This is mainly because, I mean, it's nice to look at, right? And I was able to find a few crashes using this, so... Yep, I'll be back in a second. I just want something to drink and some food. And then maybe I'll come back to a bug and we can review all the fixes that Codex found. Everybody found a typo here that I did. Sounds good. Okay, I'm back. So it's still running. It's still finding some issues. Nice. Yeah, AI is basically a janitor. Should not be an engineer. Exactly. It's fun to see it play by itself. It doesn't, it's kind of just doing random shit, it doesn't know what to do, but... I actually really want to make like an optimized runner for this that like doesn't need visuals that they found the bug. Nice. Load shop. Out of bounds. Next free. Current shop cards. Okay. Shop cards is empty. You know what? Pretty good. I guess so. So it's wanting to load the shop. Why did it bug out? What happened? This comes from the signal, right? It should have set up the shop. Which I can check. If I go to logic, what is this? And then I go to my shop objects, current shop. Card shop size is 4. Shop cards, it only has 3 shop cards. Interesting, why? Why is it only a 3 shop cards? Is this an AI command that you set up for this? For this? Yeah, it's a skill. It's just a single markdown file. They're pretty simple to configure. Like, people, there's so much I don't like about the AI hype culture. One of them is how people make it seem like this crazy complex thing that needs all this configuring and all this setup, and it literally, you tell it whatever you want it to do and it can figure out how to do it. Like, if you want to set up a whole system, ask it to make that system for you and it just makes a skill, right? It's like people who sell courses on AI and things like that, I feel like it's all a scam. Because it's the easiest thing to use. Of course, I mean, there's, I don't know, it's something I don't really want to get into. I would like to make some videos on it, but there's too much noise already. I don't want to add to the pollution, you know. Anyway, I don't know why it only loaded 3 cards instead of 4. Because if I go into my shop handler, this is where it happens, right? For n card shop size, so NN4, it for random index is shop object rand weighted. I'm not sure. Unless it started playing the animation before it was ready, but that's not possible even because the other thing's already loaded as well. So, you know what? I'm just gonna skip. I think it's gonna crash again. No, it's not. Okay. Huh. My company and my friend company is pushing people to get certs in prompting certificates in prompting. Does that exist? What does that mean? What happens then? What is a certificate in prompting, bro? I mean, because it's getting, at first I understand, like I've been following this a lot because obviously for software and like the capabilities of it are pretty insane, right? But I feel like that's prompting was something you had to take care of with the early AIs that were shit, but they're now getting so good that you can be as vague as possible, give the dumbest thing, and it can figure it out and solve it very reliably. Like, things are just getting better and better to the point where a lot of skills that people are trying to master right now are just going to be obsolete. They're not going to matter anymore, right? It's moving way too fast. As long as you understand how it works and how to make it work, like in a very fundamental way, you're gonna be fine. It's more important to understand it. Like if you, for example, what I'm doing right now is only possible because I know how Godot works, how the code works, and because I know the fundamentals of GitHub, right? I had to learn, I wasn't too familiar with GitHub yet, so I had to learn all the basics of it, how that works for version control and pull requests. And if you understand the whole architecture and how that works outside of AI with normal people, then you can just plug it in to help you with it, like to invent, enhance it, right? That's my take on it. It's like a good tool that right now is gonna help me catch issues that I was not able to catch because I just type too fast, or I'm just, I don't know, human error, right? And it's gonna suggest changes, and then I can approve them and be like, ah, yeah, I was stupid. With the hype, but don't want to start. Yeah, makes sense. The music stopped again. We need to go to the next page and play. Yeah, I don't know. I try to keep up with it, but to some degree, you just gotta realize that it's people selling you stuff, right? It's like the .com bubble. It's like anything. If something is new and hot, and boomers are not gonna understand how it works, and it seems like magic. There's too much money in it, I guess, is the issue. And it's a race, like a global race, and there's a politics involved, and there's a lot of hate, like especially in game dev. A lot of people are really against AI game dev, so am I. But the issue is that there's a line between software development and game dev, right? Like the creative, you cannot outsource. You cannot outsource most things in game dev. The things you can outsource are the tasks that computers are already good at, which is code review, or it's like doing a redundant task like adding a single line of code to 100 scripts. Just stupid manual labor that does not require any creative input, but it's just about binaries, reading ones and zeros, you know. But then again, because you're making a game, it can be seen as being part of the... Oh wow, that was insane. What the fuck? That was a good combo. I didn't see what happened there. We got 400 points. And the wheel is set to 0. Destroy this. This is not working. It's not destroying this. Let me write it down. Chip that should destroy itself after setting pockets to 0. Doesn't do that. I also need to fix the sound effects and stuff. Yeah. There's too much back and forth. Unlike on both camps, you have all the extremes. Like all the people who say AI is the future, you need to learn it, it's gonna take your job, this, that. And then at the same time you have another bug. It's the same one again. I'm gonna just write a comment here. Sometimes it only has 3 instead of 4 cards loaded in the shop object. There. But yeah, I'm sad there's not more nuanced takes. Like there's not that many people who have like a more grounded in reality take about how the fuck do I have so much money? Bro, what build did my autonomous script cook? Holy shit. Oh, they made it to round 3, okay. He's mispositioning his cards really bad though. There's no way he's gonna win. Unless his chips are just crazy. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It keeps adding to his... I don't know, man. How was he able to get this many points? He looks like he's gonna die soon. But he has 6 rounds, I guess. Sound effect is so loud. There needs to be either a pool for like how many sound effects can trigger at once or just a filter. No, surely he dies here, right? What the hell is he doing? Green blob. What is he doing? Same issue again. Out of bound index 5? It's a different one. For an in game object hand dot size, if not inside it. It might just be an animation timing thing, I guess. Red, where is this? Yeah, I don't know. Both of the cats are just chilling. I need to take a picture. I don't know if I can show it here. The picture. I don't know if the camera picks this up well enough. Oh, it does. I'm just laying on the mat. Action complete. GitHub. Create blob. Calling. I don't know what it's encoding stuff. Approval requests. So there's 5 pull requests. I did not do any commits, obviously. So here is 5 requests they currently opened already. I can look at in a bit. I'll wait until it's done. Where should this one go? It's actually fun to watch it play. Okay, so he has 6 focused PRs. Dies here, right? Yes. I see how it happens. It's always the same. It's when it accidentally clicks the sword button, the snap to hand button. It just did it again. That is what causes it. Okay. Because it's sorting the cards and I'm playing one at the same time. Okay, so actually I should just make a failsafe for that anyway. For any logic game with a hand size, if not is inside tree or... If n is bigger or equal to the size? No, right? I think so. I think it's like this. So that way if n is 10 and the size is 10, there's no index 10 on something with a size 10, right? So this will already fix this bug. If you click on sword while dragging a chord, it cannot do that. Let's play again. Still waiting. Why did this trigger? The sword triggers animation on start spin. I have a lot of bugs here that I actually need to go over. But that's good, actually. I'm bug hunting by looking at autoplay. They're very efficient. The star saved me this round. Seven confirmed issues. Okay, time to look. So this is basically how I like to use it. It worked for half an hour, actually way longer than expected. So 7 issues. Now we're just gonna look and we're gonna see which ones we want. So gold seal reward destination. Route the gold seal reward label to the money display label. Oh, so I messed up. Ah, yeah, of course. So again, this is one typo, or not typo, something I forgot to add. The money needs to be displayed on the money. This is a very simple merge. Merge requests. Merge pull request. Figs bug with gold seal point display. You do want to be typing this yourself. I've noticed that if I ever let AI type like commit messages, which I used to do because it's way easier, it's hard for me to understand what it even tries to say sometimes. But if I do it in my own words, I know I will always know what it's about. So there's a single line of code that I'm completely fine with it adding to my game, right? Then we check what other pull requests there are. There's purple and rainbow seal colors. Use pocket is color for red, black and green gameplay counters. Yes, I do that. Where am I not doing this? Where is this? Count handler. Ah, I forgot to update this. So I did rework a while ago where I'm not just checking is the color red, but instead I have a custom function for it, because if you have rainbow or purple, they return different true or false statements. Like some are both red and black. So there's no color for that. It just needs to return true if you're checking for black or red. That is what this is. Instead of checking if the color pocket is red, it will do is red. Is black. Is green. Yeah. It's just a small rework. Which makes sense. Fix using as color and the count handler. After rework. Well, just something I forgot to update after I reworked that system. I didn't specifically ask it to look there though, but give runtime added seal nodes an owner before packing the roulette scene. This has to do with the saving and loading, I'm pretty sure. So this is the pocket script. After load. Ah yeah, this is saving and loading. I didn't do all of this yet. I wanted to still work on it. So if the seal resource is null, it's not null, and doesn't have a scene, then if child is seal is child. Break. Wait, what? So the pocket just checks if it has a seal. If seal resource is not equal to null and you have a seal. Okay, it loads in a seal. So pockets save with seals, loads with seals. The roulette itself. For pocket and pocket values. If it's a seal, pocket.seal owner. Yeah, if you load in, oh no, when you prepare for a save, this is, you make sure that every seal has a pocket as the owner, of course. And the seal script itself. Why does it do this? Rerun seal visual setup when a resource is bound after ready. Ah, this is when you load in the roulette again after a save. It has to set up itself. Because this is not specifically called anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Okay. What does viewed mean? Oh, I have to check. Okay. No comments that I need to make? No, because this is another thing you can do. You can add comments and then you can go back and forth to make changes. But this all seems self-explanatory. Ready to merge? Integrate, saving and loading of seals with the roulette and pocket. Then we have restore seal contraband shops from saves. Some more save stuff that I didn't do yet. What does it say? Restore either contraband cards or seal according to the saved contraband item discriminator. Ah, it's for the shop. No, game layer. Clear seal visuals and stop seal reference before rebuilding a loaded UI. If card is null, there's nothing. If card is not null, if card resource is not null, card or card is equal to null, card or queue free. Okay. Wait, for child in cards later get children card, child is card. Ah, true, because I'm instantiating these on the fucking cards layer now instead of a seals layer. That is maybe not the smartest. Seal is equal child as seal if seal is not equal to null. Because can you cast? I don't know if this works actually. Can you cast if it doesn't work? Like, will it just turn to null? I guess it just turns to null. Because that's just what it does. It just clears everything. I forgot to add it. Clear loaded visuals. And then load saved shop. Okay, so there is the shop here. Yeah, and it needs to work differently for the contraband now, because it needs to check if it is a split card that it needs to load in or a seal. So contraband card amount is whatever this is. For card number, load the card, the contraband card, add it in, all that stupid shit. Which is basically just this blob. But then if you have a seal instead, if not logic current shop.seal is empty, so if you're not doing split, I should probably specify that seal resource is get that resource and add that instead. So yeah, just make sure that the shop can be loaded and saved. Saving and loading of shop visuals with the new seal. This is one thing I really don't like about adding new big gameplay stuff to an already big game, is there's so many places that you need to refactor and need to change things. Like the saving system needs to be completely reworked, the shop, the this, the that. But that's the good thing about a system like this, it helps me catch the things that I missed. Current, clear seal drag state correctly. Clear current dragging seal when a seal drag ends. Seal release accidentally cleared current dragging chip. Ah, oh, it's not a typo. Logic dot current drag. Yeah, okay. I forgot to switch chip to seal in one place, and I did not add them yet to the logic scripts. Fix seal bug with dragging variables. Await seal triggers before completing turns. Make pocket trigger await the attached seal effects. Awaiting pocket triggers in the main spin flow. Wait, await pocket triggers in the main spin flow and every single path that accepts another pocket score. So instead of all the logic trigger pockets, it is instead doing an await. Oh, of course. So I need to add a wait before every trigger in case I'm doing the ball spin, right? If the ball spins, I need to halt there, do all of that logic first, and then continue. So that's basically what this is. 18 lines of just adding a wait in front of the pockets. But again, the way I worded it, add await seal triggers before completing turns. That's not how I, as a person, would word it. I would say add await in front of pocket triggers. And then we have one more pull request to review. Use the saved shop RNG for seal odds. Yes. Of course, I should be using my own RNG instead of just doing random range. It's not a habit that I do random values always like this, but I should do shop object.rng.random range. Use shop RNG instead of global one. And now I have 7 code fixes done that I completely missed because they're like small annoying things. So now I need to do get fetch get pull and now I'm up to date. And I have the changes. Okay. Want to make sure nothing out of the ordinary is happening here. Oh, it's doing the autoplay. I was so confused. Need to remove the arguments. Okay, we have seals. It's pretty poke. Well, let me just check real quick here. So what do I have to do now? A lot. But I think I'll call it on the seals. Bugs I should do some point as well. But it's so hot here, it's almost hard to focus. I do want to make the auto like the way to quickly test a bunch of configurations. But it's just not worth the time right now, just yet. Let me see what I start on. So this I have done, this I have done, this is done. One-time effect chip needs to become passive or destroyed. Contraband shop. Might design more specific for color balls. I think we need to reduce shop options by 1. It's too easy to run out of cards. Even for decks with card draw. Should increase opening hand size or go. Yeah, we want to free draws instead. What's up, Yasin? Welcome. Make basic cards cost 0. We have that. Make contraband cards unique. Ah, I didn't do this yet. Did I? Did I make contraband cards unique already? I should be in the shop handler, right? Get available contraband cards. Yes, it checks if it's in all cards. Yes, I did do this. Did live start? No, I've been live for 3.5 hours. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I have been live for 3 hours. But I don't stream much. It's the second stream and a small channel, so limit you to sell 1 card per shop. Oh no, we wanted to remove the card selling, right? So I think what I'll do instead is I open the shop. Wait, did I not remove it already? I did. Bro, I keep forgetting what I actually already did. What is this? What kind of gameplay system are you making? I was making these seals. That's this temporary art. But this is like a roulette roguelite deck builder. And the system I was making was these seals that modify the pockets of the roulette wheel. And I think I just got done, so now I'm looking for what's next. Can copies of cards be their upgrade, not base versions? This is already the case as well. Can you make your opening hand each round not count as being drawn? So this thing still might have had to do. Red pockets have plus function. Okay, when you draw cards during spin, can you show it longer? I do that. Make deck, discard, react on hover. I do that. We have a graveyard pile as well. I don't think the shadow for the chip should have a line that's fixed. Can we purchase with a single click? Can we give a warning if you try to buy a chip without... Oh yeah, I need to make sure that the pockets I can still hover with a controller when I want to buy something. So controller can hover pockets after buying a seal. I think I need to go through this list soon. But I've just been prioritizing this one. The chips wiggle a little bit like Casino and Velatro, yes. Cards like Hermit that reference a pocket make the pocket kinda expand a bit, yes. Can we add the wheel summary overlay? This we were not gonna do. Actually I did a lot here already. Can the deck pile in the shop space default to your base deck? It does that. When you hit reroll, the shop stuff moves down pixels. Yeah, this is fixed. Give it a way to skip animations. Skipping animations. True. I was gonna make an options screen. Okay. So we need to build options. I hate making these for some reason. Yeah. I think I'll start on making the scene. Even if I'm not... I hate building these scenes. So, this goes into scenes, UI, pause UI. Right, I have this one already. I can kind of just duplicate this and work with it, right? Turn-based game. What kind of turn-based game? Like, what is the... Is it a card game? Is it a, like... strategy, more... Civ style? Because any useful tips, I can give you a million tips, but I don't know which one would be useful for you, right? So it's too broad of a question. Yep, I think I'll create a new UI. Options. And I'll copy the pause UI. And everything that's with it. Because I'm lazy. Create new... Sure, options UI. There. Spoken or Undertale. Okay. And what kind of tips are you looking for? Scripting, scenes, positions, sounds, data, how you save stuff. Like, what is the thing you're struggling with the most? Okay, so I have this canvas group, which is basically gonna be where I build my UI inside of. And then this I can delete because it doesn't matter. This animation player doesn't matter. Look at the script real quick of this pause UI. Is there anything that is interesting? I need to give it a class name. Let's add the animation player. And then wait, resume. Switch. Game.switch scene. True. So options UI. We need to give it a custom script. Which I will just delete all of this. I need to go back and now copy again, pause UI, and this. Class name, options UI. Yes, and this is, these signals are not necessary yet. And I do need a reference to my animation player. So, do I not start the animation player anywhere? Scenes and scripting. Okay, then I guess you can kind of see what I'm doing, because that's exactly what I'm doing right now. But if it's the first game you're making, I would just say experiment a bit first, make small prototypes, figure out different ways to go about doing it, because I cannot give you one magic tip. I can only give specific tips for, like, if you have an issue making your buttons align a certain way, or, you know, it's hard to give a general tip. You just need to learn like the basics and the different ways that you can go about doing something. There's many different ways you can approach the problem. And then if you realize you run into issues with that, then you can like go about doing that. What is this? If event is escape and not... Ah, this should be in the ready now. Should these UI layers be instantiated or should they be added on top? Because I think this pause UI is layered on top. Ah, they should be layered on top, right? I think so, because if you switch out of that scene, you lose all of its data, which I kind of need to keep. I mean, no, I can just layer it on top. I guess. Trying to adopt Godot by making different sorts of mini games. So far, I made a platform and a fighting game. Okay, yeah, then you should be fine. The thing with turn-based is, I guess you need to figure out how your data moves. So compared to like real-time physics-based stuff, your goal is to just make sure that you'll find a lot of infinite loops. Like if you work with a lot of gameplay systems, because I mainly work with strategy games, you'll find that it's hard to not have things break. So you have to have a lot of checks in place, make sure everything is very modular, and have a way that you go about processing all of the information. So instead of just calling everything in real time and process functions or whatever, how I do it in this game is every card that I play and every chip and everything has a custom script that has its effects, like all of its triggers, right? And so you can buy cards, whatever. They're just data packages with a scene attached. And then once you go about playing and you play your cards, and I click on spin, it's gonna basically assemble them all in a buffer. It's gonna take everything that I have, my chips, my cards, it's gonna take the relevant triggers, put them in a buffer, so that way they can trigger in order. They're relative to each other. So you know, okay, this one can influence the one before and after. Or you can still change the buffer, you can slot more in dynamically. So figuring out how you're gonna go about processing your data in a turn-based game, like what the rules are, how things are going to trigger and how they relate to each other, that is the most important thing. So right now the ball lands in a pocket. The pocket will then be processed through a pipeline that goes through the chip, goes through the cards, and goes through a bunch of mutations. And then once it's done, it's gonna tally up the score and call it a day. I think that's the most important thing to figure out in these type of games. Make the enemy CPU make the decisions it needs to make. Like what option is optimal? Instead of like a... Okay. Learn state machines. That's the best like example for a state machine that exists. A state machine is basically just based on a certain gameplay state. You're going to slot in the right script. So an enemy CPU is going to be like, hey, I have this much HP, this much health, I have or this much food, or someone is in front of me. And based on all those decisions, there's first going to be like something that checks, hey, what state am I in? Like, am I gonna do attack? Am I defense? What am I doing here? And then based on that, it slots in those actions and it's gonna loop through that. And then it can switch states if things change. There's a lot of tutorials on it. I also have one that is more about like ways that you can create a state machine. But it's probably the most popular game development like architecture. It's the most documented as well. So it's a good way to learn it, for sure. So anyway, the options UI in the ready function, it should actually it should show itself. So it should play the ready, but not hide. But it should fade in. And then fade back out. Anything else that's important? I should just check if I press escape and then get out of there. And then I'll just take this, which is a return. Return. Or quit, I'll call it quit. Plays exits, waits, and then it will do Q3. Because this is not a scene switcher. Everything else switches scenes, but this is just literally an overlay that I'm gonna add. So as soon as this is being added, it needs to fade in and do whatever it's supposed to do. And animated sprite 2D, they're different. Not one is better than the other. I prefer code. I don't even like using animation players or animated sprites. I mean, I prefer animated sprites more because they are more flexible in code. But I prefer doing everything with tweens. With tweens and just handwritten animations. Because it gives you more control. I had this discussion earlier. Allows you to be dynamic. You can change things mid-run. It has a lot more options compared to the rigid animation player. As sprite animation, I guess it's just if you want to flip between sprites. What's tweens? Oh, that's a whole world that you can go through. If you do tween, it's a data type that can help you interpolate between values. So you can create a tween from a certain position and have it interpolate to another position over a set amount of time. So let's say you have position 0, 0, and you create a tween and you say by 1 second your position should be 2, 0. Then it's gonna just over that 2-second period slowly go to that new position. But you can add curves to it so it can go like gradually, can go fast, can go slow, can bounce a bit. You can also change the values mid animation. You can add rotation, you can add anything to it, interpolate any property. So it's way more flexible, has way more cool utilities than an animation player. But you need to handwrite it instead of having a UI to use it. But I like using it. Okay. So anyway, I've quit and I need an input function here. Function input. If event is action pressed escape. It'll just call quit. The issues in the pause UI, it will also do here if it's escape and pause. It will unpause, but if you go to the options menu, you're also still paused. So I should check. I do a variable in here, right? Which is like variable submenu. Bool is false. Actually, I have a better idea. Variable submenus will be an array of no, let's say I can only have one submenu at a time. So I'll do submenu false, and then whenever I click on a button that is going to open up a new menu, I'll set it to true, and I will link its exits. So I'll create a signal. Signal, quit signal. We'll link that to putting it back in a position where it can actually quit. If action press escape, I don't know. And not submenu, resume. Good. And so let's say I add a button to the pause UI. Save, load, restart main menu. And now I add a button, which is called options. Save and load also should not be there. It's mainly as a test. And then I do button animation class. That is my custom animation. Do I have anything interesting here? No, it's just a standard button. This one will say options. And then all I do is I need to connect that, so I need to add that here in code. Options button, options. I need to name it options button. Right, that was something I wanted to do, where I always type whatever name I give it. These are very useful for bullets or traps. It's very useful for almost anything. I use Arch, just plain old basic Arch. Options buttons pressed, connect to open options, and then I create a function. Open options, which will add that as a scene. But I need a reference to that scene in the data, right? So the issue is I don't actually load UI scenes anywhere. No, I do load scenes. There's a chip scene, roulette scene, variable options UI scene, which is a packed scene. The cool thing is I can make all of this multi-threaded. So ideally at the end, I want to make all of this scene loading dynamic. It's already dynamic, but I want them multi-threaded so I can just have the game launch, maybe show up some like animation or whatever while it is loading this in the background. But the scenes and everything is so small that right now it takes less than half a second, so it's not really worth it. And then here, I do options UI scene is a preload. And then in the pause UI, I can do var options UI. Control is equal to, or I guess I can type it, right? Is equal to data options UI scene dot instantiate. And then I think I added as a child to the pause UI itself, or should I add it somewhere else? I think I can do it here. Add child, and then options UI. And I can do submenu is true. And I need to connect the options UI dot quit signal to, I'll just do a lambda function where I'm gonna do submenu is false. So that's the power of lambdas, I guess. I can connect that single to just switching the submenu back to false. And now I see if that works already. I mean, I don't have a options UI, is just empty, right? It doesn't have any buttons yet. I'll just add a quit button real quick. This margin container has a VBox. No, actually, let me add the VBox here. And remove all the buttons. I'll keep one. This is not supposed to like shrink or anything. I guess not. Not yet, at least. There's a return. And then I'll call this one the return button. So you can either press escape or press return. And then all I need to do is in my options UI, we plug in the return button. Also, I wanted to create a better UI system that was way more easy to use, more flexible, because I don't like UI at all. But maybe in the future. Right now it's too much work. I better just, I don't know. Maybe I set aside some time to reinvent UI. Like, I wouldn't replace it in this game yet, but for the future, right? Return button, dot press, dot connect to quit. Now if I load into a game, press escape. I have options. Trying to assign, oh, I'm instantiating or I'm loading the wrong scene and data. That is stupid. Pause UI, I need my options. I need to rename this options UI as well. Here. Correct scene now. The power of static typing. I'll keep saying it. Okay. Return. Nice. That looks perfect. The only issue is that it still shows the other UI behind it, but that's fine, I think. And then there's one. What options are we gonna have? Making this UI is gonna be so annoying again. I hate UI. I need to mock up everything that we need in here, which is gonna be like graphic settings. It's gonna be maybe colorblind mode, language, all that sort of stuff, right? But let's then go one by one. I think the most important thing right now that we wanna have an option for is skipping animations. It allows us to test a lot faster as well. And animation speed in general, maybe. Can I make not everything be affected to engine speed? Because you can just up the speed of the engine, but can I make certain nodes immune to it? Because there's a shader, for example, the background, that I would not like to speed up with all of the animations, right? That's worth a Google. Godot. Can I Godot with engine speed up? Can I make sure some nodes don't speed up? It's very poorly stated. Engine time skills global clock. Yeah, I guess the time scale I can change, but like make it like this, counteract the time scale. It's kind of stupid though. I mean, I can just the animation values themselves I can speed up as well. You know, changes that I can make. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it here because it's too hot for me to keep thinking straight. My brain is getting fried. I will add these changes though. So options menu setup. Is there anything else that I changed here? I don't think so, right? Actually, let me do get status. No, just some small things. Creation of the options menu. Let me do get push, and we're back. You don't got a Steam or HIO account? What do you mean? I do. I am on Steam. What makes you say that? Oh, I forgot to delete all the temporary branches. Yep. You can see links for that. Ah. Oh yeah, I should put links, you're right. But if you want to see what I have on Steam, oh yeah, I can just open Steam. I have I have 2 published games. One of them is shit though. It was a test. I need to, actually I feel like I should put aside a weekend to just fix that game. It was a prototype. But I have this one, Skyshard. It's asynchronous city auto battler. Oh. Do I just put my profile? How do I do this? Developer, it's Ben. Why does it not show my other game? Spellbinder. Does this not show me as a developer? Oh, it just shows it's Ben, not it's Ben 321. Okay. I'll change that.
Sky Shark.
So this link, is this what you're talking about? Yeah, good call. Thanks for reminding me. I'll do that after the stream. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will be back. No, maybe tomorrow is Thursday. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? And then I will continue working on the options screen. And we will be making good progress. I mean, the seals are already here, which I'm happy about. And overall, it's starting to look more and more like a game. We just need to work on the visuals, but that comes last. Visuals and sound effects I'm doing last. We're just making sure it all works functionally. And is as bug-free as possible. Well, see you guys later.